Checking 1, 2. 1, 2, 3. Check, check. Mic check 1, 2. He's always smiling, never heard him complain. He said I've proven God again and again. So no matter what the circumstances may be, God is always there for me. Yeah. Through the sunshine or through the rain, through the pleasure or through the pain, God is always there for me. No matter what the circumstances may be, yeah, God is always there for me. Yeah. Through the good times or through the bad, through the happy times or through the sad, God is always there for me. The landlord wears the rent, school fee due, partner drop bombs, and the youth them need you. Friends all ask me what I'm gonna do. I smile and tell them that God will see me through. So no matter what the circumstances may be, yeah, God is always there for me. Yeah. Through the sunshine or through the rain, through the pleasure or through the pain, God is always there for me. So no matter what the circumstances may be, God is always there for me. Yeah. Through the good times or through the bad, through the happy times or through the sad, God is always there for me. I met this old man, he was so poor, he didn't hold the bed, so he slept on the floor. He's always smiling, I never heard him complain. He said I've proven God again and again. So no matter what the circumstances may be, God is always there for me. Yeah. Through the sunshine or through the rain, through the pleasure or through the pain, God is always there for me. No matter what the my life. I'm so glad you came to save us. I'm so glad you in my life. I'm so glad you came to save us. You came from heaven to earth to show the way, from the hurt to the cross, the pain you bear, from the cross to the grave, from the grave to the sky. Lord, I lift your name on high.
Check one. First, let 1, 2. Mic checking 1, 2, 3. All right, sounding good? All right, and we are about to begin. First, let me apologize for the late start. There's this saying, which I believe that every single person inside here this afternoon would have heard it more than once. While I was on the outside, I happened to meet some past students. And based on the conversation that we had, it tells me that there was a time when Grange Hill High School, Miss Reddy, of some great footballers, great cricketers, great netballers, athletes. And it feels good to have that little chat with those who came before me. When I look around, I only see a few persons who I can say I was at the school while they were there. I heard Papa Hasi saying earlier that these men that he was talking with, these are great men. And I believe that it is true. There's this saying that don't scatter roses after I'm gone. And this afternoon, this is what it means, not to scatter roses after I'm gone. Well, why we are here this afternoon? We are here because of a great individual, Mr. Harton. Someone that I call my boss. Someone who is like a father figure to me. Someone I believe that every single person in this room come to love. I believe that when someone would have done something great, we need to honor such person. And I'm happy that the Grange Hill High School Past Student Association saw it fit to come together and put this program to honor our past principal, Mr. Errol Stewart. I must say this to you, that someone pinched me and said that while during his time at Grange Hill High School, he gave a lot of trouble. And it kind of have me to think, because I remembered while he was principal, there were times when students would misbehave. And he would do what a good teacher, a good principal would do, drop that student. Right? But I remember this particular day when a particular student was in his office. And he asked the student a question, and when the student answered, he said, listen, I was a student too, you know. You think you can fool me? As a matter of fact, you don't give half the trouble that I gave. But nevertheless, when it comes to discipline, he was right up there. Now, it is my pleasure to welcome, rather, every single person inside here this afternoon. Now, there are some very, 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 very special invited guests among us. But guess what? I will not be calling those persons' name, because we have someone who is here who will be doing that. So for now, I want to welcome every single person here this afternoon. And I hope and pray that as we partake in this celebration for Mr. Errol Stewart, we all will share in the joy. Now, if he don't deserve it, I want you to tell me, this is the final thing I'm going to say. He spent 5 years as a student at Grange Hill High School. How many years? 5 years. He spent 41 years as an educator at Grange Hill High School. How many years in total? And he also spent 1 year at Rossi's High School. So if you put all those years together, we'll get what? So he spent 47 years in the education system. And I believe that he'll truly deserve this afternoon. So help me to welcome each and every one. So we're going to welcome each and every one in this manner. So we are going to stand. 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 All right, so here we're going to do it now. I know it's been a while that some of you haven't seen each other. So I want you to go around and shake as many hands that you can and tell those individuals something nice. All right, so I'm not going to tell you what to say. So you're going to go around and you're going to shake as many hands as you can and tell those persons something nice. All right, after 2, 1, 2.
Stick by me, and I stick by you. Stick by me, and I stick by you. My life on earth would be useless, can't you see? Oh, if I didn't have you to stick by me. 'Cause when you cry, I cry too. Oh, stick by me, and I stick by you.
Yeah, man, I'm seeing the smiles.
My love belongs to you. Oh, girl, stick by me, and I stick by you. Friends may try to hurt us, scandalize our name, but no one can tear us apart. You've got a place in my heart.
Seem as if I get myself in trouble.
And that's no lie. Oh, tap our voices and sing.
All right, Mr. Music. Okay, all right. As you are standing, I'm going to invite Reverend Joseph Stewart to come and give us the opening prayer. So you're just going to stand where you are. All right, just give us a few seconds. Just stand where you are. Mr. Errol Stewart and company, can we have a little? All right, guys, you have just 1 more minute to meet and greet. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much. I can see that you're all feeling a bit better than before. Yeah. All right, so at this time, I'm going to ask you to remain standing as Rev Stewart come and give us the opening prayer. Reverend.
Praise the Lord. Let us bow our heads for prayer. I like the feeling that I feel when we meet each other. But let us invite in the presence of God among us today. Let us bow our heads. Father, in the name of Jesus, we thank you for your love towards us. Thank you, God, that this day has come to honor one of our own. God, we thank you for the great school. It started in 1969. Started as Grangeville Secondary School and has transitioned beautifully like a butterfly into the Grangeville High School. Thank you for the principals that have worked with us over the years, of which Mr. Stewart, Errol Stewart, has been an exemplary figure in that list. Father, tonight as we come to honor him, we ask that your divine blessings, guidance, and mercy be with him and his family. Lord, as he approaches the runway to soar into transition, to go into the atmosphere of retirement and post-retirement, Lord, I ask that you continue to bless him, to bless his work. Not that he will retire, but he will transition to something else and some other spheres that will be meaningful to our community. God, we pray for all of the past students, friends, and their families, and those who have never even gone to Grangeville High School. But they're here this evening. Bless and keep us now as we say thanks to you for what you have done and continue to do and will do for this institution. In Jesus' name, amen.
Thank you, Rev. You may be seated. Okay, the task is mine to introduce to us the man of the hour, the one who will be taking us through to the end of the program. So our MC for the evening is no other than Kemar Gale, the acting vice principal of Grangeville High School. Just put your hands together and welcome Mr. Kemar Gale.
Thank you very much, my brother. And thank you very much, Mr. Faulkner. How are you feeling? No, sir. I couldn't know sure what go on as it. During the prayer, as any good student, I listened to what Reverend Stewart was saying. And he mentioned that it's not, well, my understanding of his prayer and what he made mention of is not merely that Mr. Errol Livingstone Stewart is opted into retirement, but he said he will now transition into something new. And for a moment, I started to think about it, and I said, but this is the exact quote that came to mind. It says, J.A. West said, don't act like your age in retirement. Act like the inner young man or the inner person you have always been. And I think that is specific to Mr. Stewart this afternoon. And I don't think that the fact that we are here to celebrate the work that Mr. Stewart has done, I really don't get the feeling as if we are in a celebratory mood as yet. I can also draw a reference to the quote that says, and I think Mr. Faulkner did great because he made mention of it as well, don't scatter roses after I'm gone. So this afternoon, going into the evening, I urge you all, let us not just sit and act as if we are at a funeral. Let us behave as if we are here for a purpose to celebrate the life and the work that a true educator has laid for us, and even myself, to be where I am currently. So let us put our hands together for the great man himself, Mr. Stewart. Mr. Faulkner also made mention of a long list of persons who are here, and it goes to show that Mr. Stewart is no ordinary person. So, before we get into the main aspect of the proceedings this afternoon, I want us to recognize some persons who are here, and Mr. Stewart must be feeling very good. Let us pause to recognize our guest speaker, Mr. Robert Shippey, and I was told that he has a record. Of course, I am not introducing the guest speaker at this moment, and I am not sure if it will be mentioned, but it's very interesting to know that he's, not that it is interesting that he's a past student of Grangeville High School, but interesting to know that he served as the head boy of Grangeville High School, not once, not twice, but 3 times. You can ask Mr. Stewart about that. Mr. Stewart can give you the details about Mr. Robert Shippey. Also within our midst this afternoon, we have the Senior Education Officer, Mr. Everett Riley for Region 4. We also have Dr. Shamar Brissett, our Education Officer for Region 4, and of course she's assigned to Grangeville High School. We also have Mrs. Abril Campbell Brown, Education Officer for the Technical Development Officer for Region 4. We have Ms. Tajna Rowe, Safety and Security Coordinator for Region 4. We have also our own Chairman of the Board, Mr. Samuel Williams. And of course, we have Mrs. Trevine Donaldson Lawrence, who is the current principal at Grangeville High School. I must also make mention of Mr. Dennis Hawthorne, who is the CEO of Dennis Shipping Company. He's in our midst this afternoon. We must also mention Mr. Vernon Backus, the CEO of Fun Holiday. And I am also seeing in the audience Mr. Cardell Forrester, who is the CEO of Forrest Imports. And how I must make mention of the man of the moment. Mr. Faulkner made mention that I will be the person who will be taking us through the hour. But just in case it goes beyond the hour, please don't hold him to that. I hope that I would not leave anyone out, but the person, the man of the moment, the reason why we are here this afternoon, I want you all to give a rosy round of applause for no other than Mr. Errol Livingstone Stewart. Based on the program that we have with us, we will take these greetings and we will have the Senior Education Officer, Mr. Everett Riley for Region 4, who will be followed by Mr. Samuel Williams, Grangeville High School Board Chairman, and then we will have Mrs. Trevine Donaldson Lawrence, the principal of Grangeville High School. So we will go in that order. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gale. I recognize Mr. Reverend Joseph Stewart, who is our officiating minister for this evening's function. I also recognize Mr. Samuel Williams, Chairman of the Board of Governors, Grangeville High School, other members of the school board, our guest speaker, Mr. Robert Shippey, esteemed members of the Grangeville High School Past Students Association, and I'm told that you're all galvanized through the efforts of people like Mr. Nollis Johnson. You know, I would recognize also the representatives, if they're here, for the political directorate, the member of parliament and the caretaker. We recognize the principal current serving principal, Mrs. Trevine Donaldson Lawrence, and her vice principals. Of course, we would like to say good evening and hello and big up yourselves to, forgive me colleagues, to the members of staff of Grangeville High School, my colleague education officers, Dr. Brissett, the newly minted Dr. Brissett, Mrs. Campbell Brown, and of course, Ms. Rowe. We recognize from the ministry our esteemed guest of honor, Mr. Stewart and his family, and all other esteemed guests here this afternoon. So we want to say from the Ministry of Education, good evening. I am here representing the region, representing our regional director, Dr. Michelle Pinnock, as we bring greetings on behalf of the entire Ministry of Education, particularly the Region 4 office, as we join with you, the past students of Grangeville High School, to pay homage to a stalwart in education at this time. I want to break script a little bit, and I wish I could just break script and speak, to say it is really, and I'm not joking here, I'm not just doing a speech, it is a personal pleasure to do this, because Mr. Stewart is one of those people in education that personally I admire greatly. This man is a phenomenon. All right? So, back to script. It is a pleasure to celebrate Mr. Stewart's remarkable journey, his dedication, his leadership, his unwavering commitment to education. And we want to just say before the speech is over, before I forget the rest of it, because we sometimes jump lines, that we give you heartfelt appreciation from the Ministry of Education and you, Mr. Stewart. We really respect your service to education. So sad to see you have to walk away from this right now, but we understand. We would have recognized that Mr. Stewart would have dedicated over 45 years both in preparation and in active service toward this chosen career of his, which is educating and training thousands of young Jamaicans, mentoring so many teachers, and being such a stalwart in a community such as Grangeville. We recognize that his efforts would have caused the shaping of young minds. He would have created a legacy that would endure for generations to come. I will quote Ann Michaels, who states that the best teacher, and of course him being a head teacher at this time, lodges intent not only in the mind but in the heart. One of the first things we must recognize is that Mr. Stewart would have lodged intent firstly in his own heart. And the quote I just made sums up his character as an educator and a leader, wherein he has really flavored his sojourn throughout this profession with remarkable passion and a general love for the community in which the school is situated. You should hear how him talk about Grangeville when he comes down to the regional office. It's no joke, it's a serious thing. So this community means a lot to him. We also recognize and respect him for the vision that he had in using his institution that he leads as a transformational center, not only for the students, but for teachers and also for the entire community. We have noted his journey, and we would have expressed our pleasure from time to time when we see him personally, but we're using this platform right now to really outline how we feel and what we believe of Mr. Stewart's leadership at Grangeville, in that it has proven, and it has proven to be something that the community cannot complain about. True or false? True. All right. We recognize his commitment in fostering and in nurturing the environment for learning. We recognize that in leading the charge at Grangeville High School, he added what we call the value-added approach to his leadership, in that he served his students in such a way that he would take them from anywhere he gets them, and he would not rest until they become something that we all can be proud of. We recognize that the ministry, that Mr. Stewart is quite responsive to the needs of the ministry, to the needs of students. Personally, I can't remember one time I've ever called him to ask him to help me with a student and he would have refused. And that to me is truly remarkable in terms of a steward for education. Mr. Stewart, your legacy is not only defined by your professional achievements, but we recognize also that it's also defined by your deep and lasting connection that you have within the entire community. Your approach and your approachable demeanor, your genuine concern for students and for the well-being of the community, your ability to listen to the suggestions made by your education officers and all those professionals who work with you is something that we truly, truly appreciate. So many students have passed through your hands, sir. And these students, if you all ask them in a poll, or if you ask them individually, or if you put them in a group and ask them, I'm sure none of them would complain about how you have led the institution and how you have tried your best to make something of them in their particular situations. As you embark on this chapter, Mr. Stewart, this time that you should really take to relax, I know you won't, to explore other options. We want to express our gratitude for your commitment. We want to express our gratitude for everything you've done at Grangeville, for education, for Westmoreland, for Region 4, and really and truly for Jamaica. We couldn't pay you enough, sir. We possibly couldn't. But I'm hoping that the limited words I'm using right now on behalf of an entire region, an entire grateful Jamaica, is to say thank you. Thank you so very much. And a young man like myself, who still had just come in this thing, really looked up to you, and you never disappointed me, sir. And I appreciate it. On behalf of the ministry and to all you, we say Thank you for coming. You really did a good thing here. Have a wonderful evening.
I got a feeling that tonight's gonna be a good night. That tonight's gonna be a good night. That tonight's gonna be a good night. A feeling.
Master of Ceremony, Mr. Kemar Gill, Guest Speaker, Mr. Shippey, Education Officers, Dr. Brissett, Mr. Riley, and Miss Brown, our Principal, Mrs. Lawrence, other principals in the audience, our past students, Mr. Dennis Hawthorne, Mr. Vernon Backus, Mr. Earl Douglas, Mr. Patrick Holmes, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed staff members, students, and to our honored guest, Mr. Errol Stewart. Pleasant afternoon to you all. Also, I want to extend greetings on behalf of the Board of Governors from the Grangeville High School. Today, we are here to celebrate an individual who has dedicated his life in shaping minds, fostering growth, and inspiring generations. It is with great honor that we recognize the achievements and legacy of our retired principal, Mr. Errol Stewart. I stand here this evening with excitement, but I get the second-hand privilege of speaking because Mr. Riley almost said what I have to say. But anyway, I am going through, and I must find something that he did not say. Throughout, going back to the script, as Mr. Riley would have said, throughout his tenure, he has exemplified unwavering commitment to education. His leadership, has guided Grangeville High School to the height it has reached by creating an environment where students not only learn but thrived. His tireless efforts and innovative approach to education has left an indelible mark on all who have had the privilege to walk the halls of this noble institution. Sir, under your guidance, we have witnessed the transformation of the school into a hub of learning, creativity, and inclusivity. Your vision not only emphasized academic excellence, but also the importance of character development and community engagement. It is through your leadership that we learn the value of empathy, respect, and resilience. Your dedication has extended beyond the classroom. You were a mentor, a friend, and a role model to both staff and students alike. Your open door policy and willingness to listen created an environment where everyone felt valued and supported. Your commitment to fostering a sense of belonging has left a lasting legacy that will continue to shape the lives of those you have touched. As we bid farewell to you, our esteemed principal, let us reflect on the countless lives you have enriched. Let us carry forward the lessons you have imparted. The importance of lifelong learning, the power of kindness, and the significance of leading with integrity. On behalf of the entire school community, I extend our heartfelt gratitude for your unwavering dedication. May your retirement be filled with the same joy, fulfillment, and success you have brought to all of us. Here's to a new chapter filled with well-deserved relaxation, new adventures, and the satisfaction of knowing that you have left an indelible legacy of excellence. Congratulations and thank you, Mr. Errol Stewart. Your impact will be felt for generations to come. Thank you.
Greetings, everyone. Let me pause at this time to acknowledge our guest speaker for this heartwarming occasion, Mr. Robert Chippy, Senior Education Officer, Mr. Everett Riley, Education Officer for Grangeville High School, Dr. Shamara Brissett, Safety and Security Coordinator for Region 4, and also for Grangeville High School, Ms. Tajna Rowe, our NCT Vet and Work Experience Officer, Mrs. Avril Campbell-Brown, Chairman of the Board of Management, Mr. Samuel Williams, Reverend Joseph Stewart, Minister of Religion, Master of Ceremony for this evening's function, Mr. Kemar Gale, members of the Past Student Association, members of staff of Grangeville High School, other well-wishers, and most importantly, the man of the hour, Mr. Errol Livington Stewart. I greet you well. Oftentimes, when you think you are at the end of something, you are at the beginning of something else. Fred Rogers. Mr. Errol Livingston Stewart, a pioneer, a nation builder, a man who has given service above self to the education landscape, and more specifically to Grangeville High School. Your career is like a garden. It holds an assortment of life's energy that yields a bounty for you and everyone else that came under your stewardship, or even for those that dare to wander in your path. Sir, you are now at a point in your career where you do not need to plant anything else in your garden, as you have worked, learned, grew, and have left a legacy at Grangeville High School and the surrounding environment. As you enter this new chapter of your life, we are here today to honor your remarkable journey of over 42 years of dedicated service as a teacher, head of department, dean of discipline, vice principal, and ultimately principal of Grangeville High School. Your unwavering commitment, sir, passion, and leadership have left an indelible mark on our school community, shaping the lives of countless students, educators, and staff members. Your legacy, sir, is not only defined by the impressive educational reform you champion or the administrative milestones you achieve, but by the relationship you nurtured and the hearts you touch. You fostered an environment where each individual felt valued, empowered, and inspired to reach their fullest potential. Your presence, your guidance, and your vision created a space where excellence thrived and dreams were realized. Over the years, you faced challenges with resilience, guided us through transitions with wisdom, and celebrated triumphs with genuine joy. Your ability to balance empathy with strength and authority with compassion set an example for all of us to follow. Your leadership style, sir, was just not about policies and procedures. It was about fostering a culture of kindness, inclusivity, and innovation. As you embark on this well-deserved retirement, remember that your influence does not end with the closing of this chapter. Your legacy will continue to ripple through the generation of students who have passed through the gates of Grange Hill High School, the educators who have been inspired by your leadership, and the community that have been enriched by your presence. On behalf of all the lives you have touched, the futures you've shaped, and the hearts you have forever imprinted, I want to extend my deepest gratitude to you. As a young teacher coming into the profession, I can remember clearly your mantra on that bright Monday morning, September 5, 2005. It was, "Get it right the first time." As I meander my way through my career path, I may not have gotten it right the first time. But one thing that I say that I always do, and it is something that you never fail to say, make a call. It may not be the best call, but make sure you know why you make the call. Then you'll be able to defend your position. And I take that very dearly. Mr. Errol Livingston Stewart, may your retirement be filled with joy and relaxation and new adventures. Your impact will continue to resonate through the stories you told and what we will tell, the lessons you imparted, and the legacy we strive to honor. Congratulations, sir, on a fulfilling career, and may this next chapter of your life bring you the same fulfillment and happiness you have gained as you serve at the Grange Hill High School. Walk good and go with God.
All right. Thank you very much, Mrs. Lawrence. This function, it is organized in such a way that we cannot complain. Because after we had greetings from Mr. Riley, and then we had Mr. Williams, and then Mrs. Lawrence, I personally believe that the cheers coming from the audience would be way greater than that. And I am sure that no one in this room can safely say, boy, I'm hungry. Because you were fed before. All right? So I'm asking you, please, to just put your hands together once more. And having said that, I must say, big up to the persons who are here and they are ensuring that everyone is well refreshed. And I know that at some point in time, you will be topped up like as if we're at the gas station. All right? Let me just pause to recognize special invited guests and maybe not biological brother, but a brother to Mr. Stewart and a friend as well, is no other than Mr. Porter, zonal manager for EOJ. Please put your hands together for Mr. Porter. There are so many things that have been said about Mr. Stewart, and I am sure if we call on anyone within the audience, you can stand proud, confident, and you can give a word of two regarding the type of person Mr. Stewart has been. And I can tell you that each and every one of us, we have our own story. And having said that, of course, I have mine. And I will give you bits and pieces. But, you know, even the other day, I got up 2:55 to watch Jamaica versus Colombia. And I said to myself, I am not sure if he's sleeping, but I hope he's watching the game. And I sent him a message. I didn't get a response at that time, so I don't know if he watched the game still. And of course, we had netball playing and cricket, but we are always talking about sports, always. Next on our program, we have a selection. And I was told that the person who is supposed to do the selection is not here. But what I can tell you about myself is that I was told that I'm not a normal person. And in doing so, I believe that I am not normal. And during the height of COVID, I want to tell you that Granger High School, we, using the virtual platform, we merge with schools like Godfrey Stewart High and Little London High to get across relevant information in terms of having persons from CPFSA and from the fire department and so on. Psychological sessions for students and staff members. And some students, they start to refer to me as the dynamic dean. So, with the selection, I will be doing something special. If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. Come on. I want you to put your hands together for me in confidence, like you know I'm going to deliver. I'm not feeling that energy. Yeah. Anyway, I have my own way sometimes of doing things. So, I'll just snap my finger and you will hear a voice. For the man of the moment, Mr. Stewart.
Ever since
just listen to the words.
A long time coming, but I know a change gonna come. Oh, yes, it will. It's been too hard living, but I'm afraid to die. I don't know what's up there beyond the sky. It's been a long time coming, but I know a change gonna come. Oh, yes it will.
members only. It's a private party. Don't need no money to qualify. Don't bring your checkbook, bring your broken heart, 'cause it's members only tonight.
Let's drink to the hard-working people.
If it's even some water. Hold on, wait. I know. It was always coming. It's in the pipeline, man. If it's even some water. Hold on. Now I will need everyone. If it's even the water or juice or something, we must, hold on. Let me get my glass. Hold on. Those who don't have water, just raise your hand so that persons can come around and serve the water as soon as possible. Please. Hold on. Or something. Do something.
Let's drink to the hard-working people, and let's drink
one and only
to the lowly of birth. Raise your glass to the good and the evil.
Pull up. God knows.
Let's drink to the hard-working people, and let's drink to the lowly of birth. Raise your glass to the good and the evil. Let's drink to the salt of the earth. Say a prayer for the common foot soldier. Spare a thought for his back-breaking word.
I often wonder. Yes,
All right, Father Stewart. Sometimes they're talking to the students and they don't even remember to say Mr. Stewart. They say Stewie.
what's the difference between
One and
the
only.
wise and the fool? When the wise live and die, likewise the fool. What can I tell you? Don't you know this is true? A man is just a man.
Oh God.
A man is just a man. A man is just a man. A man is just a man.
Well, all right. I said the wages of sin is death, but man.
All right, you ready now?
My Father, my God.
You ready, Sir Stewart?
Yeah.
You want to get up and give a bad bounce?
You've been my father.
Hold on, selector. Wait. No one. Mr. Stewart. Trust me. I'm drinking water and mind my business. Ready again.
My Father, my God. Yeah. You've been my father for as long as I can remember. A father till the end. You've been my friend, a friend for all eternity. The closest friend to me, yes. And when the road of life seemed rough and rocky, you were there for me. You keep keep me strong with your blessings and true with your mercy. You'll always be my Father, my friend, my God, my guide. Forever you will be, and I will walk by your side. My Father, my friend, my God, my guide.
She doesn't want me around. She's got something to hide. I think she wants a clown, someone to take for a ride. But I keep telling her I'm too experienced to be taking for a stroll. Too experienced, someone to rock and roll. I'm too experienced to be taking for a ride. And I know it's not my foolish bride. She hates the sight of me because I turned her off or down. She always saying we were meant to be. Somehow she thought I'd be her clown. But this is what I said.
All right. So, remember what I said in the beginning. All right, so you can make your own conclusions. Of course, we are saddened that Brenda was not here to do the selection, but of course, I hope that it was as good as you would have expected. Forrest Gump, in one of his movie, even the other day I rewatched that movie, and he said, life is like a box of chocolate. You never really know what you are going to get. And this evening, it is one of those evenings for you. Never know what you will get, Mr. Stewart. Or as sometimes, as I said, I'm talking to the students, and they say, but Stu, I'm say, who? And they say, oh, Mr. Stewart. So that name is a household name. With no further ado, I am only the master of ceremony, but at this time, we want to invite to the lectern a very special lady. She is a past student of the institution that I'm a part of. And as Reverend Stewart earlier he said that started out in 1969 and we evolved like a butterfly. It is a place where other principals would have passed through, and Mr. Stewart, with his own touch, created an environment whereas teachers can feel safe, students alike, and other staff members. And we will forever continue to work, learn, and we are growing to higher heights. She's also a teacher of the institution. The introduction of the guest speaker will be done by Miss Williams. Please put your hands together for her.
Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed colleagues, honored guests, good evening. It is with great pleasure and a deep sense of respect that I stand before you this evening to introduce our distinguished guest speaker for this memorable retirement dinner. This evening is a celebration of not just a career, but a life of dedicated service, commitment, and excellence. Our guest speaker this evening holds a special place in the hearts of many past students, having left an inerasable mark on the Grange Hill High School, being one of our past head boys on 3 occasions. As we gather to honor Mr. Errol Stewart's remarkable contributions, it is only fitting that we have someone just as remarkable to address us. Ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor to present to you our esteemed guest speaker, Mr. Uriah Robert Shippey. Mr. Uriah Robert Shippey graduated from the Grange Hill High School in 1976. He went on to the Michael Teachers College, where he left in 1979 with a certificate in secondary education. He later went to the Vocational Training Development Institute, where he got a diploma in vocational education. In the College of Arts, Science and Technology, in 1985, he got a diploma in technical education. He went to the Southern Illinois University, where he got a Bachelor of Science in Industrial Engineering, majoring in manufacturing. Mr. Shippey taught for 16 years, both at the secondary and tertiary levels. He was assistant to the director at the VTDI, responsible for training vocational teachers for the secondary schools, vocational training centers, and academies under the Hard Trust NTA training systems. He worked in management in local companies such as BND Trolling Limited, Thermoplastics Limited, Mothers Enterprise, and he also worked in multinational corporations such as the Shell Company of the West Indies, Coca-Cola Jamaica Limited. Mr. Shippey moved to Canada in 2008. He worked as management in Air Canada Limited, Coca-Cola North America. Mr. Uriah Shippey is a devoted husband and father. He is married to Rosetta Shippey, and they are celebrating 15 years of marriage on August 16th. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in extending a warm welcome to Mr. Uriah Robert Shippey as we eagerly anticipate the words of wisdom he is about to share with us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tracy. It's good to be back after all these years. Master of Ceremony, Mr. Kevin Gale. Senior Education Officer, Mr. Riley. Dr. Brissett, Mrs. Rowe from Region 4. Mrs. Lawrence, who now holds the mantle as principal of our esteemed institution. My past students, my batchmates, my classmates, class of 9-1, Dennis, Patrick, Vernon, Eugenie, Reverend Stewart. When you look around, Earl Douglas, Pauline Woolway, 76. It is indeed, a pleasure to be here, and I welcome this opportunity. I listened, and Mr. Stewart is saying, who better to talk about me than I? But maybe there are, because I've heard so many good things about Mr. Stewart that I don't know what next to say, because you have said it all. But like the chairman said, you're going to find something that wasn't said. And so you can say that. It is both an honor and a privilege, ladies and gentlemen, for me to address this ceremony in celebrating first the accomplishments, no, first the achievements of our honoree, then the accomplishment, and then we want to look at the duties, the vehicle, the journey that Mr. Stewart has taken to achieve all of this. Because we will appreciate and understand that it didn't happen overnight. Now, the first thing that happened was the preparation. You have to prepare in order to deliver. And that Mr. Stewart did. So, when Mr. Stewart graduated in 1976, he went to Sam Sharp Teachers College. So listen carefully. That's where the preparation started, because now he's preparing to serve. Because all that happened between that is a service that Mr. Stewart has given, firstly, to his fellow men, secondly, to his community of Grange Hill, and by extension, the country at large. In order to do all of that, preparation is the key. So he went to Sam Sharp, after which he taught at Raci's for 1 year, only a year, because he had that itch to come back to Grange Hill. So after that year at Raci's, he came back to Grange Hill, right where it started. That place that nurtured and sustained us. If you remember the Vaz, Mr. Vaz, Mrs. Vaz, Mrs. Urbanski, Mr. Erskine, the level of sustenance that we got, Mr. Stewart wanted to come back and give that to some students. And he did. It's not only at the school that Mr. Stewart's impact has been felt. So when we talk about the community of Grange Hill, Mr. Stewart has been instrumental in the Christmas feeding program that happens annually. And so the people of Grange Hill have been impacted positively by Mr. Stewart's action. And when we talk about Grange Hill, we're not thinking of Grange Hill as a microcosm. We think about Grange Hill and its environment. Places like Lincoln, Geneva. So think metropolis, think Kingston. Kingston we know is a little place. But if we talk about Kingston as a metropolis, then it includes St. Andrew. So we're looking at Grange Hill as a bigger picture than just the little area. Mr. Stewart has contributed tremendously to the welfare of Grange Hill. So he has served his fellow men, he has served his community, he has served his school. One of the key things about serving is that it's an action where you give to others. So serving is not about you, the server. It's about the people whom you're serving. So as a server, you are selfless. You're thinking about what can I do to make it better for someone? So the person whom I serve should have that positive takeaway from my action of serving. So when we think about serving, we think about the responsibilities that are involved. We think about the duties. And lastly, we think about the rewards. Because interestingly, a lot of people don't figure that you need to be rewarded for serving. As a serving teacher, sometimes we are asked, how do you do it, given the remuneration that you get? And people ask why you do it. You do it because you are intrinsically motivated to give or to serve. Some of the vehicles of serving, you have an organization. So if you're serving an organization, we like to say they use you to fulfill their mandate. Well, I don't like to use the word use because then it feels like you're being abused. But you're just a vehicle through which organizations or individuals get you to help others. So serving is very rewarding. In 1986-87, Mr. Stewart went to the G.C. Foster Physical Education. So that was after he had been to Sam Sharp. Then he went back to G.C. Foster, 2000 to 2003. He also went to University of Technology. So now we're not only schoolmates, but we're also college mates. Because I too went to UTech. Then, at University of Technology, he got a master's degree. And so all the training now that he did came to an end. Now is the time to apply those training. Because one of the things, ladies and gentlemen, is knowledge acquired and not used is nothing. There's no point in having a knowledge and you don't use it, because then you have it in cold storage, and I like to say until it becomes freezer burn. What you do with things that are freezer burn? You throw it out. You want to apply the knowledge in order to benefit those around you. Now, when you seek knowledge, like Mr. Stewart did, for all these various institutions, what you're doing is broadening your horizon. You're acquiring new knowledge. You're acquiring new methodologies. And I say new because the things you have learned before, they're still relevant. You don't throw out what you learned before because you now have new knowledge. All that it says is that you are now going to add to your previous knowledge. So your new knowledge is added to what you already knew. So, new knowledge. Old knowledge provides the foundation. We know how important the foundation is. Because if you're going to erect a structure and your foundation is not solid, you're likely to have a collapse. Foundation provides strength, it provides the basis on which to build. Mr. Stewart has done a great job of laying down that foundation, and so he's able to build on that. One of the key things that happened with Mr. Stewart, when we talk about customer service, or we talk about service, we tend to look only in terms of you serving a customer. But customer service is more than that. Anybody who you have to interact with is your customer. You're providing a service to that person. Now we can be of two types. You can have your external customer, and you can have your internal customer. So if we put it in context, Mr. Stewart's external customers would be the students. They are the ones who, at the end of it, you're seeing what they get from the process. The internal customers would be your staff members. How do you relate to them? And it's important, and you know that. It's important how you treat your internal customers so that they in turn, because now they are the ones who will, why am I getting the echo? They are the ones who will take the charge to the external customer. So if you don't treat them well, can you expect them to treat your customers well? So you at the top have a responsibility of treating both your internal and external customers very well. Now we talk about Mr. Stewart's training. And I said when he left Sam Sharp, then he was what you call a newly minted teacher. Come out strong, rearing to go. And as one former prime minister said, with vim, vigor, and vitality, ready to make a difference. And when we look at it, ladies and gentlemen, there are people who have made differences in our lives. And when we choose to become an educator, it's a choice. It's a choice. We choose to be the best we can to deliver so that our charges, our students, will get the maximum benefit of our experience, our training, and our knowledge. Mr. Stewart, as a teacher, wasn't comfortable or happy with just remaining a teacher. So he strived to acquire more than being just a teacher. He was appointed senior teacher, so now he begins to rise. Then he became grade coordinator, head of department, dean of discipline. Now, in our days at school, we didn't have that. Every teacher was a dean of discipline. You remember Pastor Stewart, Mr. Erskine with his belt, Mr. Vaz, Patrick, you remember Miss Alston, Mrs. Kid? Every teacher was a dean of discipline. Today we have Mrs. Gill, dean of discipline. He also went on to become vice principal and ultimately principal. So you see the progression. Started as a teacher, move up the ranks, senior teacher, grade coordinator, department head, vice principal, and now principal. So that's progression. That's growth. All of us, I would imagine, would yearn to grow in our professions. I don't think anybody would want to be in one position all their life. Professor Miller, our principal at Michael, told us one thing. He said, nobody should strive to be in a job more than 5 years. 5 years is enough for you to be in that particular job. It's time to rise or time to get out. Mr. Stewart stuck with it, and he rose through the ranks to become principal. We as past students, especially 76ers, we are ecstatic. We felt tremendously happy, Mr. Stewart, that you, as one of us, have endured and have achieved this level of success. Your success, I can say, is all of our success. We are proud of you, and we salute you. And like Mr. Riley said, we're sorry that you cannot continue to give the service that is needed and required. But, Mrs. Lawrence, I'm going to presume you train her well. She will carry on the mantle. One of the things we were a little concerned about, that probably throughout our lifetime, we would never see this again. We would never see another past student rising through the ranks to become principal. I have been reliably informed that Mr. Stewart has strategically done some things that could possibly generate a next past student as principal. I understand that there are teachers at school there who are past students. Am I right, Mr. Good. And if we have, how many can you say? How many? Too many, right? Can't we not think that one of those can become principal someday? I am confident that that can happen. You know, there's a management guru called Peter Drucker. And Peter Drucker says, how leaders grow leaders. That is the epitome of what you've done. You have laid the foundation to possibly grow new leaders. We cannot thank you enough, Mrs. Stewart. Our school has a name. Miss Austin, they put it on the map. And you came right back and you kept us on the map. We heard about Grange Hill. And we heard about Stewie. Is that the student alone who called you Stewie? And I hope you didn't feel disrespected when they call you Stewie. It's love. They're expressing, you know, sometimes we think, oh, students, our children should be seen and not heard. Our children should know their place. But sometimes they get excited too. They get carried away. When they're so much in love with what you do for them, when they know that you are there and you will, even if you have to use your own resources, as teachers, that's what we do sometimes. We use our own resources to ensure that the students get the opportunity to learn. I told my kids, I told my students, education is the only answer. There's a song, I forgot the name of the artist, and he said all the politicians that they have the masters and PhD, and they can't find the cure for poverty. The cure for poverty has been found a long time ago. It's education. But if you don't make use of the opportunity first to acquire an education, and then next to seize the opportunities that education offers, then don't blame it on you not being educated. In our time, Mr. Stewart, we didn't have the resources that these nowadays students have. But we knew, Mr. Chairman, that education is what would take us from 0 to 100. So we made use of that opportunity. I don't want to stand here and tell you some of the things we went through. The resilience displayed by some of us, you can see it right now. We're here because we knew the only way we could improve our lives is to learn. We had teachers who cared. Why do you think we're so happy that Mr. Stewart has returned to Grange Hill? Because he cared. We knew that he cared. And we expected great things of him. And he has delivered. We have not been disappointed. So we have talked about your preparation, sir, and we have talked about your action. And as we said, you prepare, you act, and that is the essence of serving. The aspect of serving that we're afraid to talk about is the reward. Nobody wants to talk about that part because some people think we're too greedy. Some people think we don't get enough. But no job can pay you enough because we'll always think we're worth more than we're getting. So no matter how well paid we think we are, some of us will say, it's not happening. And that's why it comes back to the heart, the intrinsic drive to, one, achieve, and two, to help others to achieve. That satisfaction you get as a teacher, as a principal, when your students excel, nothing, absolutely no financial reward can compete with that. When you saw the student that nobody thought would have succeeded, and that student is the one who got the 5 CXCs. I remember when I taught at Herbert Morrison, there was a student who he failed the pre-screening. And I told him, as long as your parents willing to pay for the exam, and if they can't pay, we will pay, but you're going to do the exam. Of course he did the exam, and of course he got it. He got 5 subjects, and a lot of those who we thought would have passed didn't. We cannot determine what happens in that exam room and that day and that hour. Only that student will. The drive to succeed on that day will push that student to success. Mr. Stewart, I want to, on behalf of our 76ers, really express our deep, deep appreciation for your efforts. And we know that you're sad in leaving because you have a whole lot more to give. But rest assured that the struggle will go on. Mrs. Lawrence will do her part. She will help others to do their part. When she departs, others will fill in. It's a cycle. It will continue, and we'll continue to do our best with the support of the, Region 4. I have to take my hat off to you. I'm not wearing a hat, but you have been supportive. I heard, this is not the first time I'm hearing about the great performance of Region 4. It's a pity that when I was a teacher at Herbert Morrison, you weren't the persons occupying the positions at Region 4. We would have done so much more. But congratulations. And the drive to ensure that our country improve in our educational output, all we can do is give off our best. And when we do that, we leave the rest to those who have to do their part. See, it's a partnership. And in a partnership, all the partners have to pull their weight. So you do your part. Because one of the things I said, though, you question, even with your own kids, did I do my best? And if you can check, your job is done. As your granny said, you can lead the horse to the water, but you can force the horse to drink, right? So our best effort is what matters. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for allowing me to share with you the importance of serving, the preparation for serving, the duties and responsibilities involving serving your community, your fellow men, and your country. And lastly, the rewards of serving. I thank you.
Well, put your hands together again for our guest speaker, Mr. Shippey. Of course, I have to mention that everyone, you got some sort of refreshment before we started, and that is coming up very soon, so you don't have to worry. So if you believe that it is the last clap you have that you can give it now, because the food will be next. So let's go again. Sound much better. Sound much better. You know, while I was sitting there and I listened to Mr. Shippey, I used my pen and I was just drawing something in my book. And I said, as a trained physical education teacher, to execute any particular skill, there is a phase that must be followed. And I want to let it be known that despite the institution that Mr. Stewart attended after leaving Grangel High, he is one of the best cricketers in that would have walked through the gates of Grangeville High School. And in doing so, I believe that he had a passion for physical education. And I know that he can relate to the phases because Mr. Shippey, he made mention of preparing and in executing anything, especially if we want to, that the fact that, just forgive me if I am saying too much about sports, because you know that World Championship starts in 9 days, right? And we have a bright prospect in the triple jump. Young boy, just finished high school. His name is Jaden Hibbert. Bright prospect to possibly winning the gold medal for the triple jump. So if we are going to talk about preparation, we must make mention of the preparatory phase, and that Mr. Stewart did well. He also made mention of the acting phase, and after you prepare, then I said that must be the execution phase. So it's not just about preparing, but you must also execute. But so often, and as Jamaicans, I can tell you, sports overall, it is an ungrateful thing because, and I have my own reasons, because today you may be okay and tomorrow may be your last day because of injuries. And I know that a lot of sports persons are here. The person who introduced the guest speaker, oh, she's not listening. Anyway, so the execution is very important. But as Jamaicans, sometimes, even after you execute and you get that gold medal or you get that world record, if it is that at any point in time you should fail, then it's as if you never exist. So what is important in what Mr. Shippey said, and this is just for me, maybe what you concluded, it is different, is that the reward is not just to execute and to say, well then, this was achieved, because of course, based on the years that Mr. Stewart served as an educator, you know, Mr. Riley and I, while we were sitting there, and Mr. Shippey said that, you know, leaving Grangeville High School, what, 1971? 76. He turned to me and he said, boy, all right, I know. You know, but that time, wait, I can't say it. He said, that time I 1 year old. But he was saying that, and to me, you know, me I say, I don't even think my mother and father did meet at that time. So, I'm saying all of this to say that we must place emphasis on the reward. And I can tell you that Mr. Stewart would have had many failures. Right, sir? A lot. But it's all about making those tiny steps and learning. And he also made mention about building the foundation. And once you have a foundation, and I am sure a part of your foundation, Mr. Stewart, most definitely, we must make mention of Mrs. Stewart, who would definitely be a part of that foundation. And if the fact that Mrs. Stewart's name was mentioned, then I'm not sure if it was done intentionally, but where Jordan is sitting, each time she looks, she has him in his sight. So even if she is not able to see you based on where Mrs. Forrest and Miss Williams, where they are sitting, Jordan is there as a reminder to say, yes, this is the moment. And I know your daughter is in big support. So put your hands together for the Stewarts as well. I remember the guest speaker, he just did his speech, but this is an opportunity for maybe some persons who may not have the slightest of idea as it relates to, from a holistic approach, what it is that we do at Grangeville High School. I know that Mr. Shippey also made mention of students who, maybe when they are at the school and they are not able to read or so on. And I remember last year at the Valve service, a young man who was the guest speaker, he said in his speech that when he attended Grangeville High School, and he made mention of Miss Thompson, who is a part of the APS program, Alternative Pathway to Secondary Education, he said that he did not know his ABC. And we still have those students who are at Grangeville High School, but at the end of the day, he was in the doctorate program. And that is big for an institution like Grangeville High School. So, as Mr. Stewart is considering to take on another role, I don't want to mention too much of retirement because it is something new, something for him to evolve or to take on or to lead something new. I want us as a family and for the Past Students Association to continue to give support in all aspects as we continue to grow as an institution. Once again, I want to say thank you for your kind words, Mr. Shippey. They were well received. Based on the program that we have the serving of dinner, which will be done. But before we do that, I don't want ethnic disposition to interfere with what our guest, the person who will present, will make the presentation to our guest speaker to interfere with anything of such. So we will take the presentation and then we will have dinner and we will resume with the tributes and presentation to Mr. Stewart. So with no further ado, I'll call Mrs. Jasmine Bush to come to the lecture and to make the presentation to Mr. Shippey. Come on, man, the food is next. Come on. Maybe you gave your last clap, but come, something extra.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It is great pleasure and privilege on behalf of the Grangeville High School Past Student Association that we just take this time to thank Mr. Robert Shippey for a job well done, for reflecting on Mr. Stewart's life that he had served so well. We thank you. So with this said, this is a little token of our appreciation to let you know how much we appreciate you and also to remind you of how long you have served as our head boy of the Grangeville High School. I was not privileged to be there because I am not class of 76, but I was told over and over and over of the class of 76, and they are all sitting there, and they are so, so proud of you. And we are so proud of you this afternoon, and we just want to let you know how thankful we are that you are a part of the Grangeville High School and the Past Student Association. Thank you, and God be with you, and we love you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you very much. So, it is that time when you will be able to be refreshed. So, the head table will be served, and then we will go based on the number that is on your table. So after the head table, then table 1, and then we will go in that order. In the meantime, between time, I'll ask Mr. Music to do something special for the audience. Thank you.
something that I want to say, but words sometimes get in the way. I just want to show my feelings for you. There's nothing that I'd rather do than spend every moment with you. I guess you should know I feel so. You are my lady. You're everything I need and more. You are my lady. You're all I'm living for. There's no way that I can resist your precious kiss. Girl, you've got me so hypnotized. Just say that you'll stay with me. You'll stay. 'Cause our love was meant to be. I promise to love you more each day. You are my lady, my love. You're everything I need and more. You are my lady. You're all I'm living for.
It all came so easy, all the loving you gave me, the feelings we shared. And I still can remember how your touch was so tender, it told me you cared. We had a once in a lifetime, but I just couldn't see it until it was gone. A second once in a lifetime, maybe too much to ask, but I swear from now on, if ever you're in my arms again, this time I'll love you much better. If ever you're in my arms again, this time I'll hold you forever. This time will never end.
Check. All right, so now that the head table has been served, so table one and two, you can go. So you can just go and then you'll just tell the servers what you want and then you collect your food and come back to your table. So table 1 and 2. After 1 and 2, then 3 and 4, and we continue in that order. Thank you.
And the last thing that I want is to ever make your smile go away.
Keep the memories. Take the best of what we had. I can't stand to watch what once was great go bad. And if I can't be with you, then I'd rather just remember what we knew. your heart to anyone. You tell me you're gonna play it smart. We're through before we start, but I believe that we've only just begun. When it's this good, there's no saying no. I want you so I'm ready to go. Through the fire, to the limit, to the wall. For a chance to be with you, I'd gladly risk it all. Through the fire, through whatever come what may. For a chance at loving you, I'd take it all away. Right down
Girl, you are to me all that a woman should be, and I dedicate my life to you always.
a love like yours is rare. It must have been sent from up above, and I know you'll stay this way for always. And we both know that our love will grow, and forever it will be you and me. Ooh, you're like the sun, chasing all of the rain away. When you come around, you bring brighter days. You're the perfect one for me, and you forever will be. And I will love you so for always.
Come with me, my sweet. Let's go make a family, and they will bring us joy for always.
Oh boy, I love you so. I can't find enough ways to let you know, but you can be sure I'm yours for always. And
You know our love was meant to be the kind of love to last forever. And I want you here with me from tonight until the end of time. You should know everywhere I go, always on my mind, in my heart, in my soul. Baby, you're the meaning in my life. You're the inspiration. You bring feeling to my life. You're the inspiration. Wanna have you near me? I wanna have you hear me say it. No one needs you more than I need you.
One look in your eyes, and there I see just what you mean to me. Here in my heart, I believe
always and forever. Each moment with you is just like a dream to me that somehow came true. And I know tomorrow will still be the same, 'cause we've got a life of love that won't ever change. And every day, love me your own special way, melt all my heart away with a smile. Take time to tell me you really care, and we'll share tomorrow together. I'll always love you.
I did my best, but I guess my best wasn't good enough. 'Cause here we are back where we were before. Seems nothing ever changes. We're back to being strangers, wondering if we ought to stay or head on out the door. Just once, can we figure out what we keep doing wrong? Why we never last for very long? What are we doing wrong? Just once, can we find a way to finally make it right? To make the magic last for more than just one night. If we could just get to it, I know we could break through it.
I can think of younger days when living for my life was everything a man could want to do. I could never see tomorrow. I was never told about the sorrow. And how can you mend a broken heart? How can you stop the rain from falling down? Tell me, how can you stop oh sun from shining? What makes the world go round? And how can you mend this broken man? Yeah. How can a loser ever win? Somebody please help me, my brother.
hey.
Wise men say only fools rush in, but I can't help falling in love with you. Shall I stay? Would it be a sin if I can't help falling in love with you?
I'm so in love with you. Whatever you want to do is alright with me. 'Cause you make me feel so brand new. I want to spend my life with you. Let me say things, baby, since we've been together. Ooh, loving you forever is what I need. Let me be the one you come running to. I'll never be untrue. Oh, baby, let's stay together. Loving you weather, times are good and bad, happy or sad. Ooh, yeah.
Know your eyes in the morning sun. I feel you touch me in the pouring rain. And the moment that you wander far from me, I wanna feel you in my arms again. And you come to me on a summer breeze, keep me warm in your love, then you softly leave. And it's me you need to show. How deep is your love? Is your love? How deep is your love? I really need to learn. 'Cause we're living in a world of fools, breaking us down when they all should let us be. We belong to you and me. I believe in you. You know the door to my very soul. You're the light in my deepest, darkest doubt. You're my savior when I fall. And you may not think I care for you when you know down inside softly ring. And it's me you need to show. How deep is your love? Is your love? How deep is your love? I really need to love. 'Cause we're living in a world of fools, breaking us down when they all should let us be. We belong to you and me. How deep is your love? How deep is your love?
There is a rose in Spanish Harlem, a red rose up in Spanish Harlem. It is the special one. It's never seen the sun. It only comes out when the moon is on the run and all the stars are gleaming. It's growing in the street, right up through the concrete, but soft and sweet and dreamy. There is a rose in Spanish Harlem, a red rose up in Spanish Harlem, with eyes as black as coal, then looks down in my soul. It starts a fire there and then I lose control. I'll have to beg your pardon. I'm going to pick that rose and watch her as she grows in my garden.
Killing me softly with his song, killing me softly with his song, telling my whole life with his words, killing me softly with his song.
to do is touch my hand to show me you understand. And something happens to me that's some kind of wonderful. Anytime my little world seems blue, I just have to look at you, and everything seems to be some kind of wonderful. I know I can't express this feeling of tenderness. There's so much I want to say, but the right words just don't come my way. I just know when I'm in your embrace, this world is a happy place, and something happens to me. There's some kind of wonderful. When this old world starts getting me down, and people are just too much for me to face, I climb way up to the top of the stairs, and all my cares just drift right into space. On the roof it's peaceful as can be, and there the world below can bother me. Let me tell you now, when I come home feeling tired and weak, I go up where the air is fresh and sweet. On the roof, I get away from the hustling crowd and all that rat race noise down in the street. On the roof, the only place I know where you just have to wish to make it so. Let's go up on the roof. Up on the
All right. All right. So I want you to make a note of it that Casio Mobile is in the building, and the man in charge is also a past student. He told me that he's from the class of 1994. So Casio Mobile, you know that one writer stated some time ago that feeding persons is actually a way of loving them. And I definitely feel a love from Miss T's Catering. You know, so we want to say thank you to Miss T's. Going back to regular proceedings, we have been here for quite some time, and we are looking at the tributes and presentation to the man himself, Mr. Errol Stewart. They say what's in your cup stays in your cup. I'm not sure what is in your cup. Well, your glass. One has orange color looking, and one has a dark color. I'm not sure what is inside of that. But I hope that you are ready for this aspect of our program. With no further ado, we will be going in this order. So we will have tribute and presentation to Mr. Errol Stewart from first Mr. Holmes, then from Mr. Arthur, then Mr. Douglas, and instead of having Mrs. Lawrence, we will have Dr. Brissett, who is the education officer for Region 4. And then we will have Mr. Shippey. So this is the order that we will follow. So Mr. Holmes, Mr. Alton, Mr. Douglas, Dr. Brissett, and then Mr. Shippey. So at this point in time, I'll now hand over to Mr. Holmes.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Well, well, well. This is a wonderful evening. My name is Patrick Holmes, and I'm here with Dennis and Mr. Douglas. We're sitting there thinking, what can we say about Mr. Stewie, after Mr. Shippey came here and destroyed the place? You know, it has always been that for Mr. Shippey. During school days, we always have to follow in his footsteps. And he continues in our olden days. He keeps doing the same thing. So Dennis and Earl and myself were sitting there thinking, what can we say that has not been said before? We were at an event last week, and we went through the same thing. We had to listen to all the things that Mr. Stewart has accomplished throughout the years. We went through high school together, and we have been together throughout the course. And we're still here together. So we're just going to stand here because I cannot find anything to say. We're going to call him down here. Stewie, can you join us, please? So I think what we're going to do is jump right into the presentation that we have for him. And maybe a little further down, Mr. Harton wants to say a few words. But where is Nallis? Nallis, come here, please. I want to say something. This young man has been a staple to the school and the community. And nothing goes on without him. And it would not be a justice to stand here this evening without bringing him here. Everything that we do, he's part of it. He's the organizer. I would say he's the godfather of everything that is connected to Grange Hill High School. And when the phone rings and I see his name pops up, I know exactly I have to do something. So on behalf of Grange Hill High School, our secondary school, I crown him tonight the godfather. See, I have to consult him, you know. Anything we do must go through him. So what we're going to do, instead of trying to rehash all the good things and the great things that Mr. Stewart has done over the years, we are going to do a little presentation to him. We could not go through tonight without really pay a tribute to him and also honoring him, because most of you in here has passed through his days down at the high school. So with no further ado, I'm going to hand this over to Mr. Stewart and the rest of the team. Come on this side, sir. Do you want me to read what's on there? Oh my God. It reads, presented to Mr. Errol Stewart in recognition of your contribution to the academic, social, and cultural development of the Grange Hill High School As a former student, teacher, and principal, you have navigated obstacles, embraced changes, and experienced the thrill of success. We celebrate these milestones with you and your future. Your further salute your unwavering devotion to the school and its wider community. As you guide this innings to a close, Errol Stewart, we wish you much success in all future endeavors. Thank you. August 10th, 2023. Let's put our hands together for Mr. Stewart. Ladies and gentlemen, my apology. We have Mr. Vernon here who would like to make sure he's part of this. We are not finished, ladies and gentlemen. There's a few more things.
Can we invited Mrs. Stewart and the younger Mr. Stewart?
Yeah, so I mentioned after we finish. Just want to say a few little words about. There's nothing much that we can say.
Just to continue here, just want to say a few things. Brother Errol Stewart, this is Earl Douglas, and I have been with Brother Stewart he's like a brother. Errol is not just a friend, he's actually like a brother. If you guys wanted to buy what we call humbleness, just being kind, and if you guys want to buy some of that, you got to come over here and buy from this guy right here, okay? He got it all. He's one of the most humble guy that I've ever run into. When this guy, he's also a very, very good listener. This guy, when you're talking, he just sucks up every word you're saying. He's a very, very good listener. Uh, Brother Stewart is one of the things that I used to notice about Brother Stewart here is in school, uh, he used to walk around in school with at least 7 or 8 books. I said, what's up with that? This is a guy who, to where he's at right now, is absolutely no surprise. I just know that he was destined to be where he's at right now. Just his style and his attitude when he was in school, I said, this guy's up to something, you know? So there's no surprise about where this guy and what he have done. And we all love this brother here. He basically done some great things for the school. I'm just amazed. I actually learned things about him. There was a period of time that I actually went to Vera Technical High, which is about 5 years. I was out of touch, but I actually learned some things about Brother Stewart that I didn't even know. So, also, just to add to we have a token here. We have a portrait of Brother Stewart, and just wanted to deliver this to Brother Stewart. We thank you, brother.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you do remember Bob Austin, Mr. Austin, look at that picture. Doesn't that resemble Bob Austin? He has grown into that mate.
I think that photograph doing more than justice. Yeah. Yeah, man, we need it. Give me 1 second. Let me just make a little thing. And huh? Oh, the wife. Mm-hmm. Wife and son. Oh, the wife and son again? Mm-hmm. Yeah, man, from ever since. That's cool, you know, that's quiet. You know, no change in a little talk. Bad man, electric man. Yeah, yes. Oh, he doesn't grow up and look like a gentleman now, so. All right, I guess it's my time now, right? You get photograph, you get plaque. What else can you get? All right, good evening, everyone. All protocol acknowledged. I'm here to dispute some of the things that was said about Mr. Stewart. First of all, he wasn't a troublemaker at school. No, we called him his middle name. Would you believe tonight is the first time I know Errol's middle name and we went to school together, sitting beside each other. I thought his middle name was Trog. So you guys know him as Stewie, we know him as Trog. Trog, one of the reason why we call him Trog, there was no finesse about him. He was rough. And when you talk about PE and everything like that, I know he used to be at the agriculture department. But I must say, this gentleman here, He epitomizes the word success. Because to be truly successful is not about the amount of money that you have or the level of education you have. It's the lives that you touch beyond your family and friends. Because if your family and friends are the only people or the only persons that touched by your success, you're not truly successful. We're not saying that you're not successful, but you're not truly successful. And I myself has been a recipient of his kindness, his work that he has done. I can't forget that 2018 when my mother died. I called Errol and said, Errol, this is the situation. See what you can do. And he jumped and he brought everybody in. He was actually one step ahead of me at all time. Would you believe me that I said, you get the burial era ground cut? He said, yes, ma'am, I do that long time, man. I went by and get one of them guys, which is this guy right here, to cut it. But that's how Errol is, and he did everything. But also, and I'm going to show you something about Errol. He does not ask for anything for himself. Errol will call me, and he will say to me that the home economic need a stove or a refrigerator, Dennis. What can you do? I'll purchase it. Then he will call me back and say to me, we have 6 good students or a couple good students that cannot pay for their CXC. What can you do for me, Dennis? And I said, okay, Errol, I can't say no to him, because we used to sit in class together. So even if I wanted to say no to somebody else, I can't say no to him. Because when I was growing up, I wanted to grow up and be like Errol. One of the reasons is his father was a policeman, and I used to work at this police station while I was going to school, clean the police jeep and cut the yard. And Errol's father would bring him to the police station, and then he will take the motorbike, the 150, and drive to school, and I have to walk all the way. So I was saying to myself, boy, not even a bicycle I didn't have. So then in those days, we didn't have robot like you have here, taxi, dollar cab, or bike taxi, or anything like that. So if your father don't, or your parents don't have it, you have to walk to school back in the days. So what I'm saying is, he will call me and said, boy, the school need fencing because the intruder coming in, Dennis, what can you do? So everything he would call me. And if you notice what, he had never called me for something for himself. And I tell people this, to be truly blessed, you should not ask, you should not be the recipient of that blessing when you ask God for it. You should ask to give others, and the blessing will come forward, because I can use myself as an example. So Errol, I applaud you. But I'm going to tell them one thing. All of us here are former classmates. Basically, we were sitting in the same class from right here to there. So, see, we have the elder one here. Well, the gentleman one, because we used to call him Electric. And I can't understand how Electric looked like a gentleman. So when I saw him, I did not recognize. These are people that I haven't seen for years. We were in the same class. And I'm saying to him that we have to take a photograph tonight for this memory. At least later on, we can show it to our great-grandkids. Say, these are some famous guy. This is Errol Stewart, one of the first students to become the principal of Grange Hill High School. And I'm so, so proud of him. And everybody give him a round of applause. And I also want to say this could not happen without Tracy and Nollis and the team from Grange Hill High School. They did a tremendous job. When I call them, they were on top of everything. I have to applaud you guys, and everyone come out in their Sunday best. This is like Sunday best when back in the days, only Sunday day you put on these good clothes and come out. Now it's a little different. You go party and you put on pretty clothes, but back in the days it's only when you go in church and stuff like that you put on these shirts. So, Mr. Stewart, there's so much I can say. You're like a brother to me. I can't say a father. So I want to say that I thank God for bringing you into this world 32 years ago. You know, God have blessed us with him 32 years ago. Well, you know, he's half the height, so I have to cut half his age. but I get to burn him tonight. Yeah, but I know you're going away and everybody give you plaque and everything like that. So I myself, I'm going to give you a check. I can't tell them the amount. Yeah, but I just want to give you a check just to help out with lunch money for the retirement. Hey, listen to this. It's not the big check this. I totally forget at the hotel. Yeah, but these guys, I'm really proud of them and what they have accomplished in life. These guys make me feel so good going to Grange Hill Secondary, which is Grange Hill High School now. You know, our master ceremony, not master ceremony, my, what's it? Guest speaker. Yes, Mr. Uriah Shippey. I remember back in the days, and Electric, Douglas, Patrick Holmes, and Gilly. You might not know, but I have to give an ad for him. He owns Fun Holiday Hotel. I know somebody said Fun Holiday, but people think that is a play thing when they say Fun Holiday. So I'm just saying he owns Fun Holiday Hotel in Negril. Plus he owns some rent-a-car. He's a very humble guy himself. I think he and Errol is one of the same personality. Patrick and I are a little bit different. All right, guys. Thanks, and thanks for tolerating me for the evening. And may God continue to bless you all.
Yes, sir. Mr. Stewart, it's a great pleasure, sir, for us to congratulate you and a task well done. Okay? And may God bless you and keep you. And may you continue to do your best at all times. And never give up. God bless you, sir. All the best.
And Gilly, help put some change in it, you know, so you can't say anything, I know. Yeah. We want to take a photograph with some of Errol past you. Oh, Miss Lawrence coming? Okay. Where's the master ceremony? I guess I need you here now to take over.
Ladies and gentlemen, I know Mr. Stewart for almost 60 years. I've never seen him run a race, but he's getting a medal tonight. I can't understand this one. So, as Mr. Shippey said, it's the race of life that we're celebrating today. Yes, the man that never ran a race is wearing a bronze medal, a gold medal tonight. So, Mr. Stewart, Mr. Stewart, what sport did you play while you was in high school?
So this is a sport team over here.
What sport did you? I don't remember you playing any sports, you know. Man, them say cricket, but I don't believe that at all.
Okay, so we have one more block. Yeah, I'll come short. Yeah, man, shortly. Let me just do this and then. So here's how I'm going to do. So I have something that I already had regarding this plaque. So I'm going to do that. And then I'm going to ask Howard Gordon, Electric, who was my first deputy head boy, and he has been left out. So now he's going to be, so I'm going to ask Howard to present this to Stewie. But first, let me just read what I have here. Mr. Stewart, we want to truly recognize you for your service to the school. We want to recognize you for your service to the Grange Hill community and our beloved country, Jamaica. You have served with honor, dignity, integrity, and courage. On behalf of the Grange Hill High School Past Students Association, and also Kenrick Green and Leroy Stapleton, who are unavoidable absent. They're here in spirit, even though, and also we're live, I understand, so let's presume that they're watching. I present to you this plaque as a symbol of our love, respect, and deep appreciation of your services to our alma mater. The history you have created should serve as an inspiration and motivation to the present and the future students. If one of us can do it, all of us can do it. Yes, we can. That is what I want the present student and the future student to take away from this. If one of us can do it, then all of us can do it. Yes, we can. Now let me ask our former deputy head boy to present this plaque to our classmate. You may want to read what's on there, so I show how your eyes are, but
good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It is indeed a pleasure to be here at this special occasion. Yeah, it's indeed a pleasure to be here to participate in this special occasion. So I'll read this plaque. Yeah. In recognition of your contribution to the academic, social, and cultural development of the Grange Hill High School, as a former student, teacher, and principal, you have navigated obstacles, embraced changes, and experienced the trail of success. We celebrate these milestones with you and further salute your unwavering devotion to the school and its wider community as you guide this and to a close. Errol Stewart, we wish you much success in all the future endeavors. Thank you.
All right. You know that when it comes on to Mr. Stewart, it's not any ordinary thing, right? So we know that the old boys and the old girls, they represented well. He's still sweating, Mrs. Stewart. Oh, she has the plugs. So he has to do his duty on his own. All right, so we want to get back to the program because we have a few items remaining and we want to get through so that we can get to the point of the national anthem and then we can do the other meet and greet aspect. So based on what was said earlier on, we will now have Dr. Brissett who will do her presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good evening, everyone. I know that you are celebrating, so the evening should be healthier. Good evening, everyone. All right, now we're sounding healthy and we're sounding as if we are full. Okay, I just want to add my quote of thanks to this gentleman right here. I sat at the table and Madam Principal said, Madam EO, you know, sir would appreciate you saying something because, you know, my senior education officer, Mr. Riley, would have spoken on behalf of the ministry. However, she nudged me and I said, okay, let me say something. I am very emotional when it comes on to Mr. Stewart because he is someone that epitomizes value-added education. It means that if we call him with students who have the lowest grades, and we say, Mr. Stewart, can you help this child? Students with behavioral issues, Mr. Stewart, can you help this child? Children who are orphans, children who have so many issues, Mr. Stewart, can you help? He never said no. Mr. Stewart, you are a champion. And I don't know if the musician can find something, you know, and play champion before the night ends. You're a champion for the poor, you're the champion for the voiceless, and you're the champion for the imageless. And honestly, I promise to be very brief. That's why I told Avril to come up here and help me because she would nudge me and say, stop, Shamara, stop. But sir, you made me into a wholesome educator because of your heart. And I love the fact that you have done something for Grange Hill High School, the school that I supervise. I'm excited about what is happening there. You have left a legacy and you have passed on the baton to Madam Principal Trevine. You have nurtured her. You're a leader that nurtures and that speaks well of your personality and of your character. I don't know what God is going to do, but if I can tell you from where I stand, this man is going to heaven. I hope that you don't have any sins, but from where my vantage point, you're going to heaven. Continue to... All are you going? I wonder if you'll be shipped by Dennis Shipping to heaven. All right. All right, so congratulations, and I just want to thank, I'm sure sir said it, my supervisor said it already. Thank you, past students, for all that you have done. I got a WhatsApp, I don't know who sent it, a WhatsApp, and the person kept me, you know, on the mark, and, you know, it will be happening such and such. So we came down in a convoy, and we are happy. Even the babies here celebrating, sir. It's first time out in the open, and it's because of you. So thank you, sir. Thank you for what you did and what you continue to do. And as I am about to take my seat, I am asking our handsome, rich, noble old boys and girls to continue the support to Grange Hill High School. I'm sure Madam Principal will just ensure that it continues. Chairman, you're large. You're large and in charge. Congratulations, Granger. Thank you, everyone. And, sir, we love you. We love you. And we're going to still call you. Mr. Riley, I think you have a school for him. Oh, I should not have said that. I'm sorry. Dr. Pinnock has something for him. So, Mrs. Stewart, he's coming back to us. You hear? All right. He will not be shipped off to Dubai by Dennis Shipping. Thank you so much.
All right. So you heard it here first, right? So big things are in store. Remember, we said that, well, I said earlier on that I don't want to dwell on retirement. It's something new. So brace yourself, boss. Yeah. All right. So, Mrs. Forrester, she has something special to deliver. And after Mrs. Forrester, then we have, I know that the person for the selection was not here, but after Mrs. Forrester, then I will call Ann Nollis, the man with all the information. All right, so Mrs. Forrester.
Okay. What is this now? Sir, I believe I started working at Grange Hill High 2016. We are getting up there. Well, I am getting up there, right? And it has been a pleasure working with Mr. Stewart. Our first encounter as a principal, co-worker, as a person leading the institution, I was having great difficulties getting my students to complete their SBA. And one talk with Mr. Stewart and all those students who couldn't afford their folders, the papers to go in there, the printing material, all those students got those done. And I know I'm going off script, but I had to say it. Mr. Stewart is, I'm trying to find the word. If you can find an adjective that describes that good person in your life, that would be Mr. Stewart. As a leader, as a principal, as someone you can speak with. Even if you are in the wrong, if you would believe then you are in the wrong and you go to sir and you can talk to him, he's going to tell you what you should have done, and then he's going to turn around and help you get it done. So thank you, sir. Now, I want to read you something from Mr. Neville Hilton, who could not be here today. Sir, congratulations on your retirement. You have had an outstanding career as an educator and particularly as a principal of Grange Hill High. You have been a dedicated worker who have always given your best. You have been a visionary leader, inspiring others to work towards achieving the best. Your tenure at Grange Hill High School was not one without obstacles, but like a true athlete, you cleared those hurdles and demonstrated your greatness. As you celebrate today, I urge you to enjoy every moment and revel in the new stage of life. I am wishing you all the very best on your retirement. It has been an absolute pleasure working with you. May God continue to bless you as you celebrate a job well done. Dr. Brissett, the ministry is going to have a problem if Mr. Dennis ships him off to Dubai.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. You know, Mr. Stewart receiving today, and he's a person who loves to give away. So he's going to continue to give away. So we have some shirts there. We are going to give to some other parts of them who make them wear here. And yeah, so start with it. Mrs. Cole. Miss Jasmine. Miss Miss Jenny. Clyde. 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 Mr. Earl Douglas. Mr. Patrick Holmes. Howard Gordon have left, so he asked her to make his stay. Anyway, Mr. Dennis Horton. You come forward, sir. Tie. Yeah, man. So, oh. Why they turn up?
Check.
Mr. Vernon Bacchus. Tie again. Tie. All right, thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Johnson. Yeah, man, you can put your hands together. Knowledge is the man with all the information. The first time I learned about knowledge, they must say, you don't know a man with any number you want and anything, the man. Just link him. He tell you anybody. That is Knowledge Johnson. All right, so I'll now turn over to Mr. Errol Stewart. And then after Mr. Errol Stewart, we'll have Mr. Owens. We'll do the closing remarks. And then we will have the playing of the national anthem. All right? Sir Stewie, your time.
Thank you very much, Mr. MC. This is the day which the Lord has made. I will rejoice in it. Pleasant good evening to all of you. Let me acknowledge our guest speaker who traveled from Western Canada, province of Alberta, head boy Trice of the wonderful institution called earlier Grange Hill, transition actually from Grange Hill Junior Secondary to where we are now, Grange Hill High School. Thank you, sir, to have traveled thus far. I am really, really happy about that. To the many special guests, that would be all of you. But I want to identify the Ministry of Education official, Senior Education Officer, Mr. Riley. You represented the director very well. I will let her know. Dr. Brissett, who accompanied me on my latter part of my journey. We have also former Grange Hill High School Dean with the baby across there. That one is not hers. So if you see her with one later on, that's it. Mr. J. Rowe, she now works out of the Mobile office also. Mrs. Campbell Brown, we trod the road together and we achieved. Thank you. Yes, Mr. Lawrence, I heard you. Chairman of Grange Hill High School, Mr. Williams. Acting Principal Grange Hill High School, Mrs. Lawrence, and her husband, Mr. Lawrence. To the many past students of Grange Hill High School, including those that are with us right now, and those who are connected via YouTube link, and also those in the diaspora, in particular Canada, USA, England. My understanding, it's now approximately 3 o'clock, somewhere there in England. I apologize for keeping you up thus late. I thank you also. I must acknowledge the gentleman who spearheaded this amazing function. Put your hands together for Mr. Nollis and his team. We all know that he's a very special human being. To the people of Grange Hill, this community and its environment, its environs, a massive thank you to you. You helped me along this rough and yet rewarding journey. I want to give thanks to my family. My father, who Dennis knew very well, call him from my person, the General, the King, Mr. Errol Stewart, no more with us. My mother, hi ma'am, she's watching, I understand. She's in Canada.
My sister, that's my biggest sister, Jacinth. Other sisters, Antoinette and Angela. My brother, Clive, and his wife and children. Also to my many relatives. A strong thank you to you all. My wife, Mrs. Sherman Stewart. I am not certain if I got the words correctly and music was being played. Was something about in love and you must be a fool or what, something like that. I didn't get all of it right. But I stand today in front of you as a perfect fool, it seems, because I stay in love and will ever be in love with Mrs. Stewart. She would definitely have to be a very special person. If for no other reason, she put up with me for, somewhere in the 27 years, somewhere there. You know what is going to happen to me later now. I suspect that Mrs. Stewart, no doubt, must have used her entire training as a guidance counselor to deal with me. Thank you. Thank you, my dear. Also to my children, Jordan, who is right there. Incidentally, a student, a past student, who still believe maybe I would do her something, said to me, your son will grow. He's soon taller than you. And I said, yes. So I will take that. Jardine, who is also watching us from Guyana. Hi, my dear. And it's not a shock to you, Mr. Lawrence. To Stacy, my eldest daughter. The explanation will come after, but I said my eldest daughter. So you make the correct connection. I want to point out to you all that my happiness on this occasion is not only based on the fact that I have taught at Grange Hill High School and was fortunate to be elevated to the principal's position in 2010, but this overwhelming feeling of delight is significantly, my guest speaker, about the thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of students, scores of colleagues, parents and guardians whose lives I, along with the incredible team at Grange Hill High School, would have impacted positively. So, in truth, we need to say thanks. I need to say thanks and share the moment with them. If only half of what was said this evening I regard as true, it means I would have been an effective educator, communicator, and community person. Would have played my part in preparing the future generation to take on the many challenges and opportunity this world has to offer. I must use this opportunity to highlight a few situations. On many occasions, when we're operating, there were students who were operating, you are correct, below, Dr. Brissett, what we regard as the required level for high school. We instituted a remedial program. We're in the cane belt. Students don't even come to school for the entire week. Some have to go aground, help out their parents. I have a very special part in my heart for those persons who work in the field, the cane field. Tell me where there's a tree in that cane field. You tell me where there's a tree. No, they must work in the sun. But guess what? When rain is falling, the company provides a cart that is zinc for them to shelter in. Can you understand the depth of my concern? So when they come to school with all the baggage, no tea, no lunch, and they zip between two adults, and when they say, sorry, you not see the boy or the girl, I say, I not only see, but me feel if I have my foot and tap on. And there are sometimes I will admit some of my colleagues may not understand that I will call the student and talk to them, because when we are concerned about uprightness and manners, they did not have any tea. In fact, maybe the last meal they had would have been what we call the food at school we give them, part lunch. Oh, by the way, they didn't eat off the part lunch, they took some home to feed the others. It is not something that you see in any exercise book. You have to be on the ground. You have to be in the community. You have to be at the gate. You have to walk to them kitchen. And I have done that. So this, we make no apology, Madam EO, to have given students so many opportunities. Some were abandoned. Give marching order by other school. Some were told, don't come back here, so. I believe today we have somebody in our midst, sorry if I get a bit emotional, who would be one of those students who were sent on his marching way. Mr. Williams, Miss Fraser come and say, Mr. Stewart, me have one more. Mr. Nobody do the long talk, can come. Mrs. Fraser Williams from Peggy Barry, the chairman's wife, she find them and she come to me, and when she comes to me, I tell her, don't bother waste my time with the long talk, send him come. That's the plain truth. This young man that she brought to me, out of his dilemma, he did exceptionally well at school. He became the head boy, and he went on to Tajway Bruce, please stand. I ask you to turn around to see what we do at Grange Hill High School and the path that we have taken. He was dismissed from a school. He came to us. Revive his spirit. For sometimes people get the impression that it is the academic. His spirit was crushed. We revived it. Today, I'm not even certain. I know he went to Bible college. I have no clue where he is now. But today he's here with us. Thank you very much, Bruce. That's who I live for. That's the condition I live for. And that's why I stand here to say thanks. The recognition of my 42 years, but let me pause. You notice when Eugenie came up here, I was ecstatic. None of them know say Eugenie left America and come out here. We were shocked. I didn't even recognize her. And Mr. MC, for the first time, Nallis did not know that, to tell how secret it was. I want us to understand my emotion when somebody traveled from Kingston, from Canada for this function, traveled from America for this function. We have my former student who was here earlier on, and incidentally, some of these groups came up to a few days ago. We delivered twice. We delivered something at the infirmary. That's my reward, sir. Thank you very much for reminding me. And if every day I have to call the mayor to say, one more shipment come in, it's a regular something. Every year. Dennis and the other guys, we deliver. I also want to say there was occasion when the fireman is here. Sir Steele, stand for me, please. Stand up, Ras, stand up. When I say that, the chicken that we have over there. One said, if you put down, if you don't an infirmary, he said, yes, boss, but we don't know who, when, we don't end up down there. He was always willing. Thank you very much, Mr. Steele. So it's not only, don't get it wrong, it's not only teachers and students, it's the entire community. One I think that we did with our students, when you are going to the infirmary, you have to carry something for yourself. Not your parents' money. If you get the money, it was yours, you save you out of it, even if it's a toothbrush. The principle of giving, my friends, and I hope they would have taken it as long life teaching. You know that when I started going to school, I enjoyed my school days, to be honest. I will have to admit, especially early school. Not because of teaching or learning, but because of the wonderful opportunities to not be interrupted by my peers, my mother in particular, when I'm playing. And I didn't have so many persons at home to play with. We ramp. I enjoyed my school days. Quickly, I tell you something what happened when we were in primary school. Our playing time was being shortened. So I came up with a brilliant idea. The guys love it. So during lunchtime, we give the girls the money to buy the lunch. So we start ramp from bell ring. And we finish ramp when the second bell went. And we said, teacher, we just get lunch. We did not lie. Mr. Chairman, you know when that finished? When we realized that the lunch the girls were eating out of our money. So it's not now the meals are being by the females. I got it at primary school. So it's part of life. I was determined, though, not to have anything interfere with my playing days. I must also say thanks to my big sister, Jacinth. She used to study a Komodo style. I don't know why. But I benefited from her. She's hearing it for the first time. She never knew. She was doing common entrance lesson in the evening. So I was required to stay and wait for her more ramping. So I give her thanks. My secondary education, especially early part, was pretty much the same. You know, one day I think it was Mrs. Valls who came to me and said, eggs are young one. And I stopped. She insisted I was not going to tongue. I tried to write down this word, but the spelling couldn't work out, so I set it down. Tufenge. I had no idea what that means, but somehow the message reached me. So from then, I decided to do a little schoolwork. But what cemented 76ers was when a teacher, some boys, I was included, we did something wrong. I can't remember what it was. But he catch me, and he gave me a sound. You know what it's going to be, but I use the word beating. And usually when you get a sound beating from a teacher, it's usually the double beating you get. Oh, by the way, in those days, your parents say to teacher, only save the eye and the. When I was at primary school, okay, I could understand the eye. The eye have to make you see. But the other part never dawned on me at that time. And he said to me, because I was so on me alone, so how come I get beaten? Boy, I see something in you. You are different. What's wrong with this a madman? I wish me stayed right the rest about them who wouldn't get any beating. It would have been years later I understood what he said and what he meant. Those are some of my good days at Grange Hill High School. I have been asked on numerous occasions over the many years, How was I able to manage, keep my focus, given the many and varied challenges? Trust me, there were many. If you don't believe me, when you go back to office EOs, ask Dr. Pinnock. She will give you the bill and receipt. But I personally rebounded and pursued to the end. Very simple. I never allowed naysayers, critic, distractor to stand between me and my destiny. I made certain. You know, as Pastor Joel Osteen said, don't get stuck in the pothole of life, and that's the time you're doomed. Those self-care that reminder I got from Dr. Pinnock, there's something that I hold very dearly, gratitude. Yes, Dennis and the other guys worry about gratitude. Gratitude is not necessarily because I have received something from you. It's because you have done something good to somebody. And that's a major part of me. Gratitude. I know I have pushed many boundaries. I asked my teacher them. Yes, I have taken them to levels that they may have wondered where they were going. But the writing of Benjamin Franklin, and I quote, "If better is possible, good is not enough." And I push. Excellent is a habit. And until you keep doing it many times, it will not be excellent. And I will admit that there are some situations that I embrace Napoleon Bonaparte words. Never interrupt your enemy when he's making a mistake. Allow him. I stand here telling you about the good times. But I'm going to level with you. It was not all good times. Yes, we had glorious achievements. We had some dark days. Two particular incidents lodge in my consciousness. May 2018. I wonder how many of us remember that. 7 killed in 12 hours in our beloved Grange Hill community. It impacted the school. One of the activities that we took on to improve mathematics CSEC passes was math camp. Real camp. Just like you have football camp, math camp. Math, go to bed, math, wake up 1 o'clock, math, wake up 2 o'clock, math, eat, math. So we had that going, and we realized it improved our math output. It was close to the math exam when that disaster hit Grange Hill. So no parents, not sending none of them picnic come a math camp. Didn't you remember? We did not fall up and die. We didn't say, oh no, not this year. We sought other place in Savlamar, and we had the camp. And that year, we again experienced a rise in mathematics CSEC. The other occurrence, which bothers me up to this very moment, was when our beloved security guard, Mr. Clifton Lumley, was killed at school. That can't be erased. That has to be one of my low points. I acknowledged it. I was the leader of the team. And I have never shared that burden. And I maintain I was the leader of the team. That was a dull moment. As I express appreciation to all of you, I must say that I'm exceedingly overjoyed to receive this recognition, awards, gratitude, and love. As we move the school forward, as we were able to substantially advance the school experience, the students' experience, yes, under my watch, I want to tell the persons who are there for me, for the school, for the community, for the students, this permanent mark that we have left cannot be erased, but it can be improved on. And I'm certain it will happen. Finally, as I faithfully fulfilled one aspect of my earthly calling, I am very much aware of who the master teacher is. Jesus Christ himself would have been my guiding star. Based on what have been said to me, especially since the end of my sojourn at Grange Hill High School, I've been a successful educator. I've inspired this community, and in particular, Dr. Brissett, the less fortunate. However, as I say thanks to the many persons and entities that have supported me over the many obstacles in my life, I want to point you to Booker T. Washington's quote. Success is measured not so much by the position that one has reached in life as the obstacle which he has overcome. And you here, my past students, soulmate, community, education officers, teachers, you would have helped me along to clear those obstacles in my life. Thank you all. Love and blessings.
Before the formalities, I must say, for those the lover of sport, especially cricket, when you talk about the night watchman, right? Sir Stewie, the coach, you know what we're talking about. I keep the wicket till daylight. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, it's a very good evening to you all. My name is Ethan Owens. I am a member of the Grange Hill past students body. It gives me immense pleasure to deliver the vote of thanks for this event. To all dignitaries, you know, let me forego protocol, but the dignitaries, all of us, all right, able to make this a reality. All right, I would like to thank guest speaker, Mr. Robert Shippey. I know your name, you are Shippey. That's what I grew up on, you know. So when Nelly tell me, says Robert Shippey, I say, who name, sir? He said, no, man, I see you are Shippey. But good to know that you were able to make it from West Canada, which is 6 hours flying into Toronto, then maybe catch another flight into Jamaica, almost 10 hours. Right? So, thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Mr. Shippey, you has honored this function with your inspirational thoughts, and we're happy to have you. I would like to thank Principal Mr. Errol Stewart, a.k.a. Stewie. He might have some other nickname, you know, but I still get to that. All right. Mr. Stewart, you know, we wouldn't say farewell, but as you move on to the next chapter of your life, right, we must say, what good in the future endeavors. And I must say this, when we talk about retirement, you see, back in the day, when a person retire, it's like a man gone upon him veranda in a rocking chair with him cigar or him pipe. No, in this time it's not so. Looking at Mr. Stewart, he has probably another 42 years to go, right? And a trot. The man is looking younger and younger by the moment. Thank you again, sir. Keep it up. Chairman, Mr. Williams, good job. Keep the school together. We appreciate that. Principal, keep it together. We appreciate that. Volunteers, staff members, students, volunteers, thank you all for making it. Once again, Mr. Stewart, you are a teacher, a principal, anywhere you go. In my little world, I've never seen a retired policeman. I've never seen a retired soldier. A soldier is a soldier, a principal is a principal. Right? Yeah, man. You know, some time ago, I traveled far and wide. So one day I was in Miami, you know, at a football field. And we talk about football and this and that. And then a man say, you know, say, Grangeville go on good in a football. Some say, yeah, my school. But him say, boy, I hear say the principal down there, them call him one order. You know, that time, one order was a gang that was running Spanish Town. You know, and I might say, no, man, and only one order, one done. You know, so, sir, you hold it, you keep it, and those testimony, right? I mean, it is tearful. It is tearful. And, you know, it is tearful. I could have called him Stewie and get away with it, you know. You know why? My bigger brother, I respect my bigger brother, Lloyd Owens, Lumpy. So I could have called him Stewie and get away with it, you know. Mr. Dennis Houghton, you had played a good and wonderful role in Grangeville High School. Yes. Thank you, sir. Thank you. All of what is happening in Grangeville High School now, Dennis make it possible. Yes. Yes. Mr. Vernon Bacchus, I must say kudos also. Yes. But I can't leave out a man called Nallis Johnson. Sometimes I ask him, why them call it Chinal? He don't want to tell me, you know, but me know. But can the girls them tell me? The ladies them tell me. You know, but Nallis, thank you, sir. You know, and as you all know, every year, I think this is going to be our 15th year since we have been feeding the shut-in Grangeville. Every year, Christmas Day, we provide no less than 500 meals to feed the entire Grangeville and its environment. Yes. And this year, going to be no different. Yes. And I'm hoping that other past students, other well-wishers could come on board. Yes, and make it more eventful. I would love that. We would love that. And in closing, January coming next year, the Grange Hill Primary School will be celebrating its 100th anniversary. And for those of you, Madam P, and for those of you who has been to Grange Hill Primary School, please, a matter of fact, right as we speak, there's a virtual meeting going on right now with the planning committee. So I missed it, and I know Dennis missed it, because Dennis is on the planning committee. So for those of you who are past students at Cradle, Grange Hill Primary School, please put our hands together and our hearts together and make it eventful. But as we go along, we would actually put out more information out there. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, let me say thanks, Nalis, the team, the head table. Thank you again. I couldn't say thank you more. All right, Mr. MC, you did a good job, sir. And I tell you something, you know. You know, so you have some hidden talent. You know that, right? You don't realize it. Yeah, man. The whole world are watching, you know. So trust me, you might get a phone call tomorrow. And I'm your manager, Mr. Manager still. All right? Let them know. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, educators, the cook, the chef, thank you all. Thank you.
All right, so you have heard it from the man himself, Mr. Owens. All right, so at this time I'll ask you all to stand for the playing of the national anthem. Mr. Music, it's your time.
Eternal Father, bless our land. Guide us with thy mighty hand. Oh, keep us free from evil. To our leaders, great defender, grant true wisdom. Teach us true respect for all. Stir response to duty's call. Oh, strengthen us the weak to cherish. Give us vision lest we perish. None extend us, Heavenly Father. Grant true wisdom from
All right, thank you very much. So we have come to the end of a wonderful evening, celebrating all the work that Mr. Stewart has done, and we have been celebrating the work that is yet to come. So as you leave, whether you are from near or far, if you drive, ride, or walk, I urge you to get home safely. All right? It was nice having you here. Thank you. All right, so we have a few beers, light beer, cereal beer, red stripe light. So you can check Nallis the information, man. Where are the beers, Nallis? All right, bring them on the front so whoever wish to take a drink can have a drink. Reverend Stewart. Yes, sir. Reverend Stewart. Yes, sir. Reverend Stewart. Just a minute. As persons are about to leave and some are greeting, I'll just ask you to give a closing prayer. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, before you go, Reverend Stewart would like to utter a word of prayer.
Let us pray. Eternal God and Father, we thank you for tonight's activity. Thank you that you have guided us safely through this discourse. And as we are about to go to our various places of abode, may you go with us, the modes of transportation that we will use to go home. Guide and protect us now, Lord, and we thank you in Jesus' name.